Yes. 4 pinces pareil. Mhm. Ouais, c'est ça. Le livre est plus. J'ai envie de checker, ouais, aussi, que je trouverais ça. Bibliophile. Ah, bah, c'est simple en fait. Un bibliophile, il suffit juste de montrer les armes de Rinwell. C'est tout. Ce n'est qu'à cela. Fait que c'est à la longue. Euh, à la longue. Hmm. Euh, alright. Chill. Ah, on va continuer ça. Hey. Hein, il est toujours vivant, lui?
Well, if it ain't the blazing sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves.
Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
Hop aboard, folks. Are we ready? We are. Yes. Oh, c'est sick, oh.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Oh, encore.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
On va chercher.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
C'est quoi qu'elle a vu, elle, là? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Une voix.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess.
Fallait pas qu'il dise
What did
ça.
I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
Ouais. Hey. Oh. Oh, j'ai tout pas. Non, non, j'ai pas tout.
It's noisy in here, isn't it?
Things should calm down a little once we're through with this place.
Optimistic as always.
Pareil. Yeah. Oh, je reviens 2 petites secondes. De retour. Ah. C'est super bien fait. Alors. Oh, super beau. Super beau.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegus, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
C'est quoi ça? Ouais. Un genre de téléporteur, ça? Il y a des méchants à l'intérieur. Alright, alright.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, oh, fuck.
Whatever you do, just stay away from the sport. What Radiant Light! Here! Lunar Arc! Here's a hero!
Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Make it rain! Law!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Here's a healing arc!
Take this!
First aid!
Here I come! My turn!
Aw, too shy to go. Nothing gets by me.
Annihilation! Let's do it! In the wind! Kithara frozen!
Hammer!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Wow! You've got to be lucky to find this stuff.
Indeed. I can tell it's quite the find.
Guess I misread the landing.
Chose, là. Ouais, ok. Ça, c'est quoi? Ça va nous mener, ça.
face me! This one's gonna be tough!
Here's a hero!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Of course.
Double demon fang! The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
Going in! You're mine! I'm not done!
I think we can get through this.
My turn! Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
Can't get out of this!
Switch to offense.
Make it rain!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Let's get dude.
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
Oh. On va utiliser ça, je pense.
That's far enough!
Double demon fang!
Lightning Thunderblade.
Double demon fang!
Lightning strike.
Take this!
Lightning
No escape!
Arc shield.
You're mine!
This one's mine.
No escape! You're mine!
Here's evil.
Double demon
We
fang!
managed to turn the tide.
For now.
That's my
But
cue.
things could shift at a moment's
Shut
notice.
him in an instant! Impact claw!
Oh damn.
This could be useful.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegus?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it. Quickly.
That's far enough!
You're mine! Double demon fang! Be still!
You're throbbed in pain.
Struck! Double demon fang!
This'll come in handy. Lightning!
Hey, hey, hey.
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand, though.
As impressive as astral energy!
Say no more. That astral energy was incredible.
I gave it everything I had.
Aïe.
That's far enough!
Double demon fang!
Avec des gros bras.
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Try this!
I can shatter any speed.
Magic is there!
Double... Got flyers!
I've got it! Let a
Eat
marksman
this!
handle
Not
it!
a chance!
Air thrust!
All yours! Start up! Tear!
Back into the
Searing
fray!
gale! Double demon fang!
Denied!
Ça, je le faire.
This one's mine! Maelstrom! Mega ray! Now! Power of water! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Oh, est-ce qu'il y a douche là? Est-ce qu'il y a
I know
douche?
fine weapon material when I see it.
This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
Hey. Hey, hey. Oh. Oh, j'avais même pas vu. Ça fait des traces mauves quand je mange. Ah. C'est slick.
Right, here goes!
Mega ray!
Double demon fang!
Broken power! Raging storm! Mega ray! Time to shine! All
You're mine!
disasters made one!
This one's
the
mine.
helix of purity!
Double demon fang!
Hurricane Searing flame! Reload!
This one's all mine!
Now! Annihilation!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! My turn! No escape! Double demon fang!
Freeze Lancer!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This could be useful.
Chill.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Double demon fang!
Searing flame!
Ouch.
Glacial speed. Here's the evil. Is that statue wielding art? Now I've seen everything. Learn to stop glacial
airborne
scoundrels.
Ah, je me suis fait siphonner, c'est quoi ça?
You picked the wrong fight. Time to let it rip.
J'ai...
Now I can let loose. Damn it! Turtle demon blast!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Qu'est-ce que douche?
I've been doing really great lately.
Ah, là, faut que je cours. Y'a pas de méchant. Ah non, faut le magrouille. Il est méchant. Il est méchant. Ah.
I won't forgive you! I never miss!
Now I can let loose.
It's time! Into the shadows!
Double demon!
It's like trying to keep up with a wall!
You've got pretty impressive aim there.
Thought of taking up the rifle yourself?
No, this is not my style.
Double demon fang!
Feel! I'll be saving this one! You got company! Lunar Arc! This is it!
Okay, here I go.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And run the red meat! This one!
Double demon fang!
Igneous discharge!
Now!
Qu'est-ce que c'est fait? Fait?
Say no more. Got it.
Well done!
My turn. Double demon fang!
Searing flame! Spread!
On va continuer à faire le Demon Thing.
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely
Alright.
worked up a sweat.
Hey. Got it. Hey. Ouais, c'est là qu'il fallait aller, oui. Attends. J'ai pas vu qu'il y avait ça ici. J'ai pas vu ça.
Guess I misread the
Alright.
landing.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel. If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me?
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
Alright.
Anything like that.
Ça devrait pas être fou, il devrait être chill là-bas.
Double demon fang!
Here's evil! Your wings won't save you from
Come and
me!
face me! Double demon fang!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you. I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
He died.
You're mine! Double demon fang!
Here I go!
Say no more.
Et Kadoosh.
This could be useful.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh. 53. C'est bien cher.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Anneau de résurrection. Oh shit. Le big boy ici. On a un big boy. Peut-être que je peux le... Et oui. Oh, c'est le bon. Ah, j'ai envie de le battre. Mais Big Bang. Yeah.
Can't get out of this! Order won't save you! Piercing roar! Let's keep up the pressure! Burn it out! Here's a healing double demon bang! Lunar aid! I'm not done! Flaming thrust!
Here's a healing arc. I never miss.
Okay, here's the pain.
Double demon
In a bind?
Lion power.
My head's spinning just watching you!
Ah, est-ce que va?
Double demon fang. Double demon fang. Take this. Double demon fang.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Oh.
Here, let me help.
This one's all mine.
And just like that, I'm back in. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done. I'll take you all on.
Et... C'est vrai, c'est elle qui réussit, parce que toujours... Ouais, c'est parce que... Faut qu'elle se fait péter la plupart du temps aussi.
Do it! Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Kadoosh.
A comfortable win.
Mais quand même, bon niveau pour c'était bon. Ouais.
An opponent like this should be easy. I'm not done. Try harder. No, this is bad, right?
Yes, Alpha. Very bad.
I don't feel so good. I owe you one. Double demon fang.
Make it right, freak!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Solar!
Did it.
Yeah, nice technique.
Take this.
Ben oh.
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting
The
off?
flame inside me yearns to be let free. Here I come.
Air thrust.
Over so soon?
Oh. Qui mène à l'entrée. Ah, fait que c'était un téléport. Oh. Maintenant, il faut aller là. Peut-être. Bon. Non, je peux arriver de là. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Je retourne au bord. Et je vois... Ah ah. Arrête de là. Ah ah. Plus de méchants.
Little help.
Here I come.
How about this? Hurricane demon fang. Lightning strike. Purge malevolence.
You're mine.
Butterfall.
I'm not
You're
done.
freeze lancer. Dance. Sleep now. Water. Here
Je
I
suis pas
come.
complètement bavard.
Spread.
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
We'll soon see about that.
This one's mine.
Burn it out.
All day.
This one's mine.
Here I go.
Make it rain.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Let's get dude.
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
Voilà, voilà.
Let's dispose of the trash.
I'm not done! It's over!
In a bind?
Double demon fang!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Be still! You're mine! Double demon fang! You're mine! Ignite!
Here's a hero!
Take this! I owe you one! Double demon fang! Not a chance!
Take this.
Double demon fang!
C'est quand même là, ça.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Ain't no more.
That astral energy was incredible.
I gave it everything I had.
And they win. Faut que je fasse le plein de PS.
I found some
Hold on.
equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Yeah. Ça augmente. Elle faut. Voilà. On est plus haut. Ah, venez-vous-en.
Seriously? Is this a joke? Appreciate the help.
Sleep now.
Double demon fang!
C'est presque
Turn the
bon.
tables on him.
Ah, t'as cause du nouveau compte. Ça va être sûrement. Je suis sûr de ça.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Ah, oui, sûr.
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place,
Wait a minute.
it would be quite hazardous to fall.
I mean, oh. That's on it. Just voilà. Voilà.
Out of my way!
Take this!
Raging cascade.
Take this.
Going in!
Double demon fang!
Hurricane!
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Get on in here with the others.
Try harder! Not a chance! Double demon fang!
an astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Double demon fang!
Make it rain!
Law, get toasty.
Burn strike! Not a chance!
Require a hand.
Not a chance!
Air thrust.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Pas, je vais pas. Ici. Ah, la fois, je peux croyer plus d'ennemis possible.
Come and face me!
in a bind.
Flaming meteor! Mega red! Time to stop!
Here, let me help.
Okay, here, be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you truly. Here, let me help. Leave the enemy's arc to me. Here I
No
go.
complaints here.
Juste faire le plus de toi possible. Voilà.
But this fight ends here.
Et...
Here's a healing arc.
No further.
Here comes
Demon Fang!
Bring astral energy.
lightning strike!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Dance in the wind.
Burn in hell!
Ah, dans le vide. Non, je l'ai vu.
Lightning strike!
Demon Fang! Blow them away!
Here's a healing
My
arc.
turn! This one's mine!
Lightning orb. All right, it's showtime.
Jesus. C'est fait gangbang.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Oh, point
My
royal.
word. This must be the work of Providence.
Proba what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Ah, shit. Oop. Yeah. Alright. On va trouver d'autres. Non. Mais grouille. Et... Yeah, right.
Go no further.
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do.
Mega ray. Not on my watch. Hurricane strike.
Double demon!
Now.
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Ah,
Not a chance!
Take it. Lightning orb.
Double demon fang!
Is every shield you own that big?
Here, you want to try holding it?
Ugh. How do you even walk?
pain. Open.
Looks like some solid equipment.
Ah. Oh, des big boys ici. Ça prend. Non.
Go no further.
I'm not done! Double demon fang! The flame inside me yearns to set us free!
No matter what!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
How about this?
Double demon fang!
Here's a healing arc.
Je vais faire
You
ça.
picked the wrong fight!
Hein?
Double demon fang!
Piercing roar!
Here, light astral dance in the wind. Here's a healing arc.
Pieces!
There with the others.
Jesus.
Dragon swarm!
Oh, magic is there. Crossblade.
Smash you!
Here I come! I'm not done!
This one's mine. Here's a healing arc.
You're mine!
Arcade
Double demon fang!
Here, dance in the wind. In here. I'm all stuffed up.
They're all
Get out of there with the others.
Double demon fang!
I'm here. Here's the evil. One at a time.
This one keeps
Got it.
charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get
Eat
behind
this!
me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Double demon fang!
On beaucoup de vie, hein?
Sleep now.
Here I come!
In a bind.
Here!
Double demon fang!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Mega ray.
Anything noir is all mine.
Move escape!
Let's do it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix
Et
Wrestler!
one down.
Yeah! Nice technique!
Double demon fang!
I can carve through
The
walls.
sky is mine. Reload. Far beyond the darkest sky.
Hurricane Double Demon Fang!
In here! Lunar corruption!
Here I come! Hurricane Water! Double Demon Fang! Jolene! In an instant!
Impact Claw. Skadoosh right there, man. The big
This should
skadoosh
make
right
for
there.
some good weapon crafting material.
Bye-bye. I must hurry my ass up, man. Ay, epidémie. Il y avait beaucoup d'ennemis. Toujours, yo. Toujours, yo. Oh, an enemy.
I won't forgive you!
Double Demon
What
Fang!
would I do without you? Raging Star!
Right here! I got you!
I'm here!
Hey.
Hurricane Foot! Here, let me help.
Double Demon Fang!
Not in your dreams!
This one's mine!
Water!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. My turn.
Double Demon Fang!
The blade inside is yours to be let free.
Do it!
Blow them away.
So pété.
My fists are crushing it out there.
Oh, mini one. Big boy.
Hi, Hoodle!
Double Demon Fang!
Switch to offense! Laser spear!
Can't get out of this.
Double Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer! Steel! Lightning strike!
You're mine!
Here, let me help!
Oh yeah.
Got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Freeze
Double
Lancer!
Demon Fang!
Get behind me! Lightning strike!
Double Demon Fang!
Easy and smelling to me. Sorry,
But this fight ends here!
Gotta go fast.
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Yeah.
Now! Stardust! Terror!
Look sharp!
now or never.
Here's a healing art! Make it ready!
Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
Yeah. Shoot.
My fists are crushing it out there.
Oh, good, good. Do this too. There. Et voilà. Come here, big boys.
No choice!
Let me help! First aid!
Alright! Double Demon Fang!
Right here I come! I'm only getting field!
Double Demon Fang!
Aye.
Double Demon Fang!
Here, let me help!
Can't get out of this.
I owe you one!
Raging Machine! Glacial Fire! Hurricane Foot! Here! Let's get you lightning wet! Here, let me help!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Glacial Fire! Photon Hurricane Foot! Up and at 'em! Do it!
Hey! Blow them away.
Radiant Blood! Here, this wall!
My turn! Double Demon Fang!
Mega Ray! Switch to offense! Now!
Hey! Blow
Easy peasy, ha hoodle.
And like she said. Oh, non, des big boys là. Deux petites sœurs. Non. Juste checker. Non, je sais pas avoir la vague brûlante. Non, je sais pas la débloquer. Faut seulement avancer dans l'histoire pour le débloquer. Ok. Faut battre les big boys. Les armatus. Juste un instant l'histoire pour l'avoir. Ah non, il est parti! Ah, mais je me donne là. Aïe, 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 aïe. Ouh,
Sorry, but this fight ends here.
Gotta go faster.
Here's a healing arc.
Their arcs were interrupted.
Demon Fang!
Radiant lightning.
Dragon Swarm!
Do it.
It went down.
Your name on it.
Action to action! Now! You're mine!
Where are you going? Appreciate the help. Lightning
Toi, t'as la rage parce que t'es mort, c'est ça? On va faire. Oh, jeez! Ça m'a pris tellement de PV. Jesus.
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
Ouais, getting cocky, pas cocky. We're getting a little cocky, pas cocky. Voilà. Oh, il va y avoir de quoi de gros ici. Le mur est différent. La porte est différente, je sais. Des gros, puis il y a ça. Oh. Oh, PV pièces restaurées. Alright, am I ready? Yes. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Du miel. There. On se plante. Un genre de plante carnivore de géante. Oh non, c'est pas ça pas tout. Oh, me semble qu'on a déjà battu une plante de même avant.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes. Stay sharp, everyone!
On a déjà battu un monstre de même.
Is there no end to what the remnants can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along? No further!
Oh, c'est bon. Jesus.
Glacial spear. Pierce each other. Magic is freeze lancer. Tidal wave. Here it goes. And it's off.
Jesus, j'ai en l'air.
Darkest skies. Here's a healing art. First aid. Radiant blast. Dance in the wind. This one's mine. I'm only getting started. This one's mine.
Now you see what I can do!
Wasn't weak. Dance in the wind.
Hey!
Radiant blast. Searing flame. Reload. Here's a healing
Dragon Swarm!
First aid.
Thanks, Sheila.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Ça me suit.
You're mine! I'm not done!
Dance in the wind.
Take this!
Air thrust.
Lunar Rondo! You're finished!
You fight better at a distance.
Alright.
Further away, the better. You and I both.
Dance in the wind. Air
Lightning thrust! You're finished!
Tu sais à combattre ça là? Ouais, on va aller ça là.
Air thrust. Radiant pierce. Dance in the wind.
Anything in armor is all mine! Now! Take this!
Un autre bon.
Lightning thrust! No escape! Stunner!
Je frappe quoi au juste? A new move, eh?
Glacial spear.
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem!
Lightning thrust! No escape!
They got me in their sights.
Try harder! Not a chance! Try harder! Not a chance! No escape! Stunner!
Lunar arc.
Hurricane thrust! Searing gale!
Here's a healing arc.
Pas obligé de là, juste pour embêter les gars.
I'm coming, Renwell!
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Try this! Explosive ring!
Here, let me help. Shooting first aid. In the wind. Air thrust. Lunar corruption.
Yeah.
Lunar arc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Try harder!
What's that doing?
Okay, here I go. Try this. Explosive ring.
You're really, really strong, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
And here I hope that was included.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Theon actually look flustered.
We've turned the tables on her.
There are still more left.
Here I go. Right. No time to hold back. Next.
Glacial Spear. Here's Discard. Freeze Lancer. Dance in the wind.
It's over.
Looking good out there.
Just getting started.
That's the spirit. Take no prisoners.
We've got him on the run.
Don't get cocky.
Right. Still anyone's fight. Lightning thrust. No escape. You're finished.
Here's a healing arm.
Stardust.
Appreciate the help.
Rising Phoenix. Dragon Swarm.
Fais ça de même.
Explosive ring.
Now.
Ah, on fait rien? Et gone.
Is it over?
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
It's too dangerous. Stay back.
Genre la voix est trop rassurante, c'est quoi? Comme un peu comme une voix de sirène qui attire le monde, genre pour ensuite les battre là, ou les manger, whatever.
What's going on here? This warmth.
DANA?
You okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balsef back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside master cores and spirit vessels that prevent such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously? Everything all right? You kinda looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, you know, whatever.
yeah. You know...
Yeah?
Sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
Wanna try being a little less cryptic, maybe? All right, jeez. Sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hootle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
Oh shit. Ah, merde. Il faut rebattre, gros bonhomme. Yeah. Shit.
How do you like being pounded into shape? In a bind?
Looks like you came to rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my thorns.
Mais ça fait mal. Yay!
Keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's
I'm nearly
for.
done for.
Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Dragon Force!
Here, let me help.
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Ah là là.
Now, Asuna!
Normal.
Here, let me help.
Double demon
There you
fight!
go. Don't let up. This one's mine. Tiger blade. Waterfall.
Try harder!
Do it. In here. This one's got your name on it.
Et un de mort.
Here, let me help. This one's mine. Lion Howl. Where are you going?
No further!
Lightning strike. By the
Dragon Force!
Luna,
Be still!
Mega Ray.
I'm not done!
Tout donner. Donner plus quand on bat 1. Le 2, mais sans de c'est pété.
This one's got your name on it!
C'est beau. Mon méchant garçon.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Je suis un peu. Voilà. Voilà, voilà.
Right, here goes!
Annihilation!
You're mine! Double demon
Je fais ça 2-3 là.
Dragon Swarm!
Igneous discharge!
Prepare to be defeated.
Do it!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Let the marks settle this!
You're mine!
No
Okay.
further!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning strike! Here, let me help! Make it rain! First aid! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Ska du spendera?
Opted for an intricately crafted weapon as usual.
It is beautiful in both function and form.
You're gonna hate when it gets scratched.
Let's see what you've got.
Demon Fang!
Radiant here! Take this! Lightning strike!
Double Demon Fang!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Double Demon
I
Flame
never
inside me!
fit.
Yours to be my
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Damn it!
Do it! Tiger blade! First! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it?
Double Demon Fang!
Not by a long shot.
Demon Fang!
Resuscitation!
Try
Use the
harder!
healing art!
Take this!
Look sharp! Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And totally
On collait ensemble?
You're mine! Double Demon
I'm
Fang!
ready!
Not a chance!
I'm ready! Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
We did it!
I never had a doubt.
Nah.
Out of my way!
Double Demon Fang! Dragon Swarm!
Mega ray!
It's time!
Annihilation!
Explosive Ray!
I'm ready! Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
We did it!
Magnificently done.
No escape! Dragon Swarm!
I'm ready!
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Make it rain!
Finish!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Now! You're mine!
Deity.
Lunar Corruption! Great Lunar
Can't
Blast!
get out of this!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block! Together, there is nothing that can stop us.
Indeed. As one, we are unrivaled.
And that is our greatest strength.
Ah.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Malheureusement.
Never fit! Blaze of Fright! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike!
Évidemment.
Water, hear my call! Spread! Hurricane Strike! Lightning Strike! Hurricane Strike! Here, let me help! First aid!
Now it ain't let loose. Dragon Swarm!
Shield and make!
Sorry, but this fight ends here.
Now, Asuna!
Right! healing art!
Here I come! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm! Explosive ray! You're mine! I'll smash you! It's over! Here I come! No escape! Dragon Swarm! I owe you one. You're mine! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! In a bind? No escape!
Ah, shut up.
Burn in hell! On your knees! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Not a chance!
Here's Hurricane one's mine!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing art!
Denied! Take this! Can you make it? Armor won't save you!
Reload!
The flame is yours to be let free! Take this!
Amazing.
Dragon Swarm!
Water! Here's
Explosive ray!
Make it rain!
Et...
Blow them
Ah,
away!
vous avez enfin les deux. Je peux pas les battre, ça.
That took more energy than I expected.
Et...
Retreat if you know what's good for you! No escape! Dragon Swarm! Take this! It's over! Captivity! Dragon Swarm! You with a shot! Captivity! You're mine! Crush! You're finished! Shattering of pieces! Attack time! The enemy yields on scoop!
We'll soon see about that!
No escape! This one's all mine! Dragon Swarm!
Piercing roar! Ready to go! Here I go!
You're finished! Dazzle! You're mine! Here I come! That's an interesting stance.
It's part of the Renin style.
Make it rain! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Ash to ash.
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
Et on redescend.
What's with that shining foe over there?
Oh no. Ça sera compliqué. Chut. Ah oui, eh ben. Petit loup.
No choice! Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing art!
Try harder! Not a chance! No escape!
Anything, anyone?
Elusive beam!
Hurricane strike!
Can't get out of this! Piercing roar! Ignite!
Let me help!
Ah, rien qu'à chaque fois, il y a-
I'm not!
c'est tout les PV que-
Lunar corruption!
Tout le monde fait ça, c'est moi.
Sealed by the power of
How do you like being pounded
Ow.
into
Here I
shape?
come! I'm not done!
Smash you! This one's mine. Far enough.
Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call. Switch combos. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare demolisher. This
Here,
one's
let me
mine.
help.
Dragon
I can't
Swarm!
heal you forever!
Dazzle!
Lightning strike.
Take this!
Here. Hurricane strike.
This! Stop!
Back into the fray!
Take this!
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come!
Switch
Try
combos.
harder! Not a chance!
Here,
No
let me help!
escape! Dragon Swarm!
Appreciate the help.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Take this infinity. Strike! Begin! Tornado drive! Dragon swarm!
Thrilling performance.
Here I come! You're finished!
Thunder touch! Do it!
Searing gale! Kisara! Commander of heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Shit.
Right, here goes! Any more of this and I'll burn out!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
No escape! Dragon swarm!
Water! Here's my call!
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Not a chance! No escape! You're finished!
In a bind?
Dragon
Out
swarm!
of ammo! I'm all stuffed up! Mega
I'll take you all on!
Annihilation!
Dragon swarm!
Do it!
Blow them away! Not a chance!
In.
By the power of water!
Abay, abay, abay.
Healing arts take their toll on the user, you know.
Ah, right. Want a rest?
Là-bas. Je fais de la chemin. Et... Ouais. Yep. Changé?
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on DANA at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renin who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right.
Oh, of course. You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
Oh,
This is it.
Yeah, as long as Lennigus stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland.
yes. On va aller. And yes. Direction à terre.
Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danan who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danan who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hoodle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
Do what?
Aw, are you tired, Hoodle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
All right, something is definitely up with Shion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it. I've never seen her so serious.
So, do you think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself, but then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
Ah, c'est la travail. Pas que ça. On va parler de ça. On peut regarder ça en temps. Oh. Wait, wait. Chill.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. Feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
We've reached our destination.
Ah. Faut-tu y aller, là? Est-ce qu'on peut y aller?
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
Ah.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Ed.
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Encore? Ok. Pourquoi? Niveau 40, ça suffit pas pour les battre. Ah là là.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Tu as raison. La part. Ouh, attends. Ah non, non. Là, là. Ça va avoir plus de garde en poste. Bon. On va faire la même expression. On va la faire. Oh. Un coup de chat. Un coup de chat. Voilà. Oh. Yes. Ouais. Ça coûte cher. Faire enfermer fragment de planète. Faire enfermer là. C'est pas beaucoup. Je peux acheter des raisins? Si. Hein? Hmm. Chance de réanimation, 50%. Oh. Ooh. Armalogue. Oh, nice. 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 Parce que tout pour la peine. Ouais, attendez.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
LP.
Everywhere we go, it's nothing but rocks and sand for days. I don't think I've seen any grass or flowers this entire time.
Yeah, it's hard to come by anything to eat around here.
Well, the sooner we get out of this realm, the better.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
I've been thinking about what we discussed earlier. His reasons might not have been pure, but in the end, Dohalim still made Elda Menencia a place where Danans and Renans can coexist. I thought everyone would welcome that change, with open arms. I took pride in what we had without putting in the work to truly solidify it. After so much failure, do you think I even have the right to pursue my ideals?
It doesn't matter what I think. You've already found your answer, haven't you?
I know what I want to say, but I can't help but wonder if I'm being selfish.
Everybody makes mistakes in life, Kisara. Everybody. It's what you do afterwards that matters. But you already knew that, right?
Yeah. I won't look away from the world any longer. I'll do my best to confront reality, so that we don't lose anyone else, ever again. More to the point, Dohalim needs someone who can push him forward. I think we both get lost in our sorrow too easily when we focus on the past.
If we see that happening, we'll set him straight. Don't worry. We'll look out for both of you. I have to say, though, if you turned out this well modeling yourself after Miguel, he really must have been a great man.
What, you didn't believe me before? I'm pretty sure I've been going on about him since I joined up. If you need more convincing, I've got plenty more stories about him.
Maybe another time.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay.
Another time. Another time.
Rise and shine. We're almost ready to leave.
Alright. Oh,
We've reached our destination.
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Danan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Well, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
thanks, buddy.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way.
Alright. Big Zoogle.
Hmm.
Sacrément poussé.
All right.
I guess...
Right.
Yes, on va prendre soin de là.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cislodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dan and owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby.
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Olha. Right? Yeah. Vänta, kolla. Ja. Je reste grand. En chemin.
You guys want to rest here?
Juste par curiosité, est-ce que je vais pouvoir parler?
This poem is sure to leave an impression.
Non.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while?
On va parler avec. Il aime pas le bruit.
Do you mind watching our camp tonight?
Wow,
Shall we get moving?
c'est vraiment juste. Ah là là. Ça fait longtemps. Hein? Ah, ouais, je sais pas. Ouais. Alright, après la mine.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Ah, j'en reviens, ce sera pas très long. là, je me suis fait manger vite vite. Là. Yeah. Il fallait aller là.
So we're back in the Zion mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time
Wait a minute. Un déjà dedans?
we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
Ok, là on est dedans. Je replace ça vite vite. Ok, regarde tout le temps. Elle est où? Là.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna
Nouveau ça.
see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law.
Je peux pas aller là avant. Nouveau ça. Nouveau. On n'aurait pas de niveau 3 ici. Tiens, alors on entre dans le volcan. La lave est pas pire en fait. Fait de lave. Volcan de Berg. Je pense que je vais l'appeler Bergy. Le volcan Bergy.
So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
Oh, ah. Je peux comprendre qu'il fasse chaud. Moi personnellement, genre rien. Lui qui porte la manette. Oh, ça sera à droite, ça va être cul-de-sac. Parfait. Voilà, on va aller à ce cul. Il y a eu des veines. Oh, c'est bien fait.
I'm not done!
Don't mind if I do.
You're finished!
It's a duel of the arts.
Dragon Swarm!
Find free! Why can't they just sit still? All yours, Kisara.
Et on va manger.
We did it!
Magnificently done. I thought you were going to wreck the place. I'm not nearly finished yet, and I'll provide assistance however I can. The enemy wields art too.
You'll soon see about that. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Je sais pas si ma manette. West Crispy. Ah, c'est pas là qu'il faut aller. Ah, nous maintenant. Ouais, deux big boys à battre. Oh, on va tenir au combien? 40!
Gotta break through! You're mine!
Here I go.
I'm not done!
I can carve through armor. Elusive key. In a bind.
Go. It's over.
Hey.
Rocks and skin.
Hey!
Aim for the weak spot!
An astral beam.
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Far enough.
Dragon Swarm!
This armor's too strong. Split it open.
Be my guest!
Make it rain.
In an instant! Impact block! We work
Un
well
de
together!
parti.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Art expert coming through.
Take this.
Come one, come all!
Do it.
In an instant!
He did it.
Impact block!
Oh, let's get douche.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Ah, coffre. Brandissez.
This looks nice and tough.
Yes, ça a l'air beau, ça. Dommage que je sais pas voir à quoi ça ressemble. Oh non! Puis ma bouffe. C'est un camp? Pas de camp. Ah! Et en attendant un point de passage rapide, je vais pouvoir camper real quick. Refaire de la bouffe.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Normally we'd be asleep right now.
This isn't an inn, Alphen. Snap to it.
Right. You should get some shut-eye.
Jet.
It's a brand new day, everyone. Let's greet the dawn.
A laudable sentiment.
Hey, is Dohalim's shirt on backwards?
Suffice it to say, mornings aren't his strong suit.
Il a mis son ouais là-bas. Intérieur du volcan Berg. Voilà, le volcan Berg.
We finally made it.
Trop rocher, pas fort, pas détruire, rien faire.
Huh.
Permets-moi de me laisser passer. Ouais. Ça fait longtemps qu'on a pas battu partout. Ah, ils sont fucking blindés. Aïe!
If it curls up, time to get out of the way. Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite.
Its armor's too strong.
Thanks, Kitara.
Dragon form.
Du poison.
Going in.
You're mine.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my thorns.
Make it rain. Rinwell. Light burst forth.
Oh yes.
Now, here I come. Sorry, but this fight ends here.
Got it. Go faster.
Now, Asuna. Right.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to action.
That was way stronger than regular firepower.
You won't hear me complaining.
C'est ici qu'on récupère les pierres pour... Voyons.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer, thank you very much.
Il veut pas se mettre dans la gang.
No choice.
Resonate with the earth.
I'm not done.
On your knees.
Confiscated.
Air pressure. Water.
Stay still. You got flyers.
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
I'm not done. No escape.
Resonate with the earth.
Now, take this.
An astro.
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
This one's mine.
Be still.
Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to action.
Yeah.
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
A perfect combination. Alright. Ça s'amuse. Maintenant ils vont dormir. Pas ça, c'est lui. Hey, la numéro là. C'est ça que je veux toucher.
This one's got your name on it!
A merry distraction.
There's still more to go. Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be! Dragon Swarm! Be still!
Charge like that can easily be played.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Dragon Swarm!
Strike! Ready and ready! Make it rain!
Blow them away!
Here's a healing art! Good shot!
I can carve through one! I'll thank you!
Lightning strike!
Can't get out of.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Yes.
Over so soon?
My face is starting to sting.
Yeah,
My
funny.
throat
Got
feels
it.
super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. You're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Elle aime le prix. Big boy. Un Macmillan.
Denied! The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Ready and ready!
Exploit the enemy's weak point.
Lightning strike! Make it rain!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
Un combo
This
explosif.
should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Yes. So donc, oh, c'est il drop d'un coup là. Petit kiff. Shit, I mean, let's go. What's up? I take it, thank you. Give that.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Get my turn!
Get behind me!
Their hide is thick as armor. Here's the eagle.
Hurricane strike!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Dragon Swarm!
Searing tempest.
I'm ready!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis.
My turn!
I never miss. Going in.
No further.
It's over!
Dragon Swarm.
Live
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Douche.
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Oh, maintenant on peut passer ici. Je l'ai de rendre. Yeah, why not? Voilà. On va filer plein. Allez là. Shit! C'est là tout le monde.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
I'll smash you!
You have to aim for the bright area on their back. Here's the eagle. Go for the weak point.
The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that. Here's a healing art.
Dragon Swarm! You're mine!
Ah yo, c'est bon.
Take it down.
All together, everyone!
Freeze Lancer!
Strike!
Denied!
I'm not done!
Castle! Hurricane Radiant!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven and talented.
Ready!
I'll thank you! Try this!
By the power of water!
Explosive ring!
Mega Ray!
Take this!
Hurricane Strike!
Jesus Christ, c'est quoi ça?
Gemini Aqua!
Double demon run!
How about this?
I'm ready! Here I go!
All yours, Kisara.
We did it!
Magnificently done.
Armor won't save you! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Totally! In an instant!
Impact Claw.
Resonate with the
Not
earth.
a chance! No escape! Soda!
Make it rain!
All yours, Kisara.
I've been doing really great lately.
Les gandines.
This might be some decent.
Ah, c'est moins bon que le placement élémentaire.
Equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me. That's far enough!
Take this!
This one's mine!
No
I
escape!
can handle it!
It's over!
Strike!
I can carve through!
Les deux sont collés là, quoi.
Crush! You're finished!
Lightning!
Dragon Swarm!
Downfall! Plenty left! Here I go!
Tempting!
It's over! Hurricane Strike! Downfall! I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Lightning thrust!
Annihilation!
You're mine! No escape!
Tiger Blade!
You're finished! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it!
Never miss!
I'll leave it to you!
Going in! Lunar corruption!
Double demon fang!
Ça fait double, là.
Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
I won't forgive you!
Here I come!
This one's mine!
Armor won't save you!
Catapult! Hurricane Strike!
No escape!
On guard!
Elusive deity! Dragon Swarm! Eating pile timer!
Soaring blast!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Glacial fire! Tiger Blade!
No escape!
Hurricane Strike!
I'll face
Here's
you!
a healing arc!
Shattering
This one's mine!
Attack time!
Make it rain!
Long! Hey! Ha! Blow them away!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Et... Ouais, t'es à bonne place. Ça fait que je continue.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone. Not even as a joke.
I'm not a little kid!
Hey, elle est où?
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Come and face me!
Ah, shit. J'ai rien confisqué.
You picked the wrong fight!
Freeze Lancer!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Dragon
Leave
Swarm!
the enemy's arcs to me.
I'm ready! No complaints here!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a
My
healing
turn!
arc!
Trick, not a chance! Soda! Seismic rupture! I'm ready!
Law, get toasty.
Bird strike! My turn!
Here,
You're
let me
mine!
help! On guard!
Soda! Captivity!
Your blade moves like silk.
My turn!
That is what my instincts suggest. How fascinating.
No escape!
Where are you going? Do it! Hurricane Strike!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Bah, c'est fini. Ash to ashes.
The Oath of the Renans, number 7.
Always replenish your stomach after a battle.
That certainly explains a lot about Balsef.
They're messing with you.
Ouais.
Out of my way! Healing arc!
You're mine!
First aid! I owe you I'm not done!
Hurricane water! Hear my call!
Rocket swarm!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze lancer!
You're mine! I'm ready!
Ready to shield! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
Shield!
Hurricane! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Can't get out of this!
Burning
I'm
strike!
ready!
Glacial Stohaline! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Water!
Not
Hear
here!
my call!
Blue escape! You're finished!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Double
Do it!
demon fang!
Shield! Go for it!
Yeah.
Prepare to crumble!
C'est l'intégration.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Ananas. Alright.
Let's see what you've got.
Hear my call!
Blue escape!
Hurricane strike!
It's over!
Lightning strike! Hurricane strike!
Try harder! Dragon swarm!
Pierce evil! You wanna play? Then come at me!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Far enough! Here's a healing art! Do it!
Take this!
Stohaline!
All yours,
On a fait des noyaux en plus.
We did it!
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Blue escape! Negative gate! Dragon swarm!
Burning strike! Water! Hear my call!
Save you! It's over!
Spread!
Blue escape! Dragon swarm!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Position, precision, timing.
Freeze lancer!
All a perfect 10.
That's it? Nothing else to add?
You take meticulous care of your firearms.
Do it!
Thank you! Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Damn.
Sword and shield!
A classic combination!
Yeah. Sick. Et maintenant on descend ici. Oh. Oui, non. Mais non, ça pas encore ici. On est passé un. Et là, je te dis. Voilà.
Guess I misread the landing.
Voilà.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Attack time! Don't mind if I do! Right here! I got it!
Dragon swarm!
Lightning strike! Annihilation! Hurricane
On
strike!
your knees.
Lightning burning strike!
I'm ready!
Glacial spear!
Totally! In an instant! Impact cross! We work well together!
Like a finely timed waltz.
Blue escape! Soda!
Glacial spear! Pierce
It's over.
evil!
You're mine!
Oh no! Shit!
Now you see what I can do! I'm not done! I'm not a chance! Blue escape! I'm not done! Dragon swarm!
Turner blade! That's
Elusive deity!
Ground and
I'm
power!
ready!
Ridwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Not
Do
a
it!
chance!
Shield! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Sweet. Oh.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
Get mystic. Get. Si je vais dans les... Là, elle est bien faite, pareil. Yep. Ah, bien fait. Ouais, c'est bien fait. Oui. Ah, c'est méchant. Bon, j'en ai quand même.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily.
L'absolu.
Both of them contain Earth astral energy. Luckily for me, this area is rich not only in fire energy, but Earth as well.
Avec mon bâton Cobra Kai. Shit. Un raccourci, ça? Ouais, c'est un raccourci. It is, it is. C'est lui, ça? L'absolu.
I'll do my best. Here I come. No escape.
Radiant love here!
No further.
Blaze on! You want me? Let me help.
Get me. Try harder. Not a chance.
Hurricane strike!
Dragon swarm.
Lightning strike!
The everlasting darkness.
Radiant love here!
Negative gate.
Here's
Now
the
you're
healing
gonna
art.
tick me off. Look sharp. Here I come. Air pressure.
First aid! Lightning!
Far enough.
I never miss!
Take this.
Going in!
Dragon
Here's the
swarm.
healing art! First
I know
aid!
you are. Kisara, commander of heaven.
Yeah.
Phoenix Cyclone. Did it.
Yeah! Nice technique! Annihilation!
Start up. Air pressure.
Down! You're all going in! First aid! Do it! Get toasty!
Bird strike. Now.
Lunar
Take it.
correction!
Dragon swarm.
Lightning strike!
Not today.
Annihilation! Radiant here!
Dragon swarm.
Do it!
Totally. In an instant. Impact block.
Lightning!
Not a chance.
Lightning! Flame of
Dragon
fire!
swarm.
Lightning strike! Water!
Double
Here's
demon
your
strike.
way! Spread!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Yeah, man.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Armor won't save you. I'm not done.
Glacial
In a bind.
Lunar correction! Don't mind if I do!
Ooh, a little.
Elusive deity.
Leave the chargers to me.
Exploit the enemy's
Denied.
weakness.
Let's keep up the pressure.
I'm ready.
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life. Now. Here I come.
Art expert
Excellent
coming
technique.
through!
How are your weapons holding up? Best not to give me any ideas.
Tear. Negative interfering gale. On your
Freeze Lancer!
air pressure.
Let me
You're
help.
finished.
First
Make it
aid!
I don't know what I'd do.
All yours, Kisara.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Il a trompé de place. Autre big boy? Alright.
An opponent like this should be easy. You're mine.
Hurricane
I'm
Blast!
not done.
Reload!
Dance on the wind.
Here's the healing art!
Ignite.
Hurricane Blast!
I'm in your debt.
Aïe.
Dragon swarm.
Aïe.
Aim for the weak spot. Here I go. I'm not done.
This one's mine!
I'm not done.
Look sharp!
Dragon swarm. Air pressure.
It's weak!
Swarm. This ends now. No further. Dragon swarm.
I can handle it.
Begin. Okay. Here I go. What? Dragon swarm. Double demon fang. Not here.
Lunar correction! Lightning!
Negative demon fang. Double demon fang.
Radiant blood!
Make it rain. Air pressure.
The fluidity of your movement
Here's
is
a
simply
healing art.
incredible.
Sorry, but this fight ends here. Just go faster. Now, Asuna.
Right!
of the blazing sword!
Yes, it is. It is my power. Yes. Là, on est sanctuaire intérieur. Oh. 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 Grande zone, pas d'ennemis. 4 fers. C'est clairement un boss qui est là. Clairement un boss. Clairement un boss. Une grande zone. Clairement. Oh boy. Oh, a big boy. A big guy. A very big guy.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy. We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on.
Let's go!
Oh boy, big guy. Ooh. Big. Hey.
But we have no
If
choice.
it.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
Pas attaquer. Ça, non, ça
Suddenly
m'aide pas.
turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
Is summoning Dougal? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Non, pas ça.
Forgive me.
Stay away from my friend! Take this!
Bon.
No escape!
You're off. I'll bring you back from depth a bit. Hurricane strike!
I owe you one.
Lightning strike!
You're mine!
Amazing.
Hurricane strike!
The wicked.
Here, let me help.
Dragon swarm!
First aid!
Armor won't save you.
Ready and rare! Glacial heart! Annihilation!
Take this.
Tiger blade!
Qu'est-ce qui se passe derrière? Là?
You're mine! No escape! You're mine! No escape!
I'm out
No,
of
no.
hurricane strike! I'm also with one arm.
Stay calm.
Il va frapper.
Dragon swarm!
Tiger blade!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Comment je fais pour le battre?
Hurricane strike!
No escape!
S'approche.
Double demon fang! Dragon swarm!
My head's spinning just watching you.
Take this! Strike!
Gemini Aqua! Glacial heart!
I'll thank you.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Almost done!
First aid!
Hurricane
Wild
strike!
driver.
It's over!
Here comes Make it rain. Rinwell. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! Here's a healing
Not a
arm!
chance!
First aid! Piercing roar! Hurricane strike!
Oh, faut partir.
Double demon fang!
Gravitas field! Here, let me help! Piercing roar! First aid!
Here I come! Catapult!
Lightning strike!
Dragon swarm!
A thrilling performance.
Gemini Aqua! Mega Hurricane strike!
I'll thank you.
It's time to finish this!
Oh, nice.
Die! Consuming wildfire! Here's a healing arc! First
Double
aid!
demon fang!
I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kitara!
Pas bon.
Lion Dragon Swarm! Ground and here's a healing arc!
Not today!
This one's mine! First
Let's keep up the pressure. Hitting hurricane strike. I'm only getting started. Hurricane strike. Here's a healing art. Lightning strike. They're all getting interrupted. Lunar upgrade. No, it won't end like this.
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Strike. Dragon swarm. No further.
Use its weak point to take it down.
All together,
Hello.
everyone. Here I come. I'm ready. Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation!
I can't lose. Here come more.
We'll just have to keep fighting.
Leave the enemy's art to me.
Flame of fury.
No control here!
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Do it! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Here's a healing art. First aid. Appreciate the help. Double demon fang. Eat dirt.
Elusive deity!
Burn.
Shit.
Tiger blade.
Oh, oh.
My turn.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Now or never. I could do without this pain. I'm ready. Try harder. Here's a Totally. In an instant. Impact clock. We work well together.
Like a finely timed
Jesus
blow.
Christ. Parfait.
Try harder. Not a chance. My turn. Not a chance. Try harder. Take this. Heal.
Jesus Christ. Ouais. Niveau 47, tu montes pas à la face encore.
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem. Here's a healing art.
Don't mind if I do.
Here goes. Look sharp. Eat dirt. Hear me. Lightning strike. Hear my call.
C'est qui fait. Quoi là? Il m'a envoyé de quoi? Il m'a envoyé de quoi? Il veut partir? Il veut partir?
On your knees. Dragon swarm. Air pressure. Here, let me help. This one's mine.
In a bind?
Lunar corruption. Not on my watch. I'm expert. Coming through. Gemini aqua. Annihilation. Try harder. No way out. This one's all mine. Tiger blade. Here I come.
Bonhomme là. C'est trop de débit.
Eat dirt.
Oh, combien pour avoir ça?
It won't escape me.
I never miss. Hurricane strike. Not on my watch. Arch shield strike. Here's a healing art. Hurricane strike. First aid.
All right.
Now, where was I? Radiant blood here. I'm ready. Dueling in an instant. Impact clock. Here, let me help. Now. Struck. First aid. Struck.
In a bind?
Yours to be let free. Dragon swarm. This one's mine. Not on my watch. Here goes. Hurricane I'm ready.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
My turn. Struck. Struck.
Ah shit. Dernier fait éloigné.
By the power of water. I'm not done. Annihilation. Struck. Here, let me help. Here I come. Struck. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher.
Hold on to your heart. Here I come!
Blade. Lightning strike.
Ah, tu fais quoi de méchant? T'as esquivé?
Let the marksman handle this.
Ouais, c'est autre chose. Oh, il y a d'autres méchants encore.
It's time.
It's
Oh.
about to strike!
Oh, c'est pas.
Sharp, everyone.
God, tu sais pas ce qui fait ça, ça fait tellement
Everyone all
mal.
right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just
Alvin!
watch and learn. That's enough.
That's enough!
Go back down.
Oh. Yeah. On l'a eu one shot. Des one
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of DANA.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
Ouh. On l'a eu, big boy. Oh, Internet. Oui. Yes, sir. Charge tranchante ardente plus rapide. Ah, augmentation de la distance. Et encore plus. Avec brûlant. J'ai envie de l'avoir. C'est ça, vague brûlante. Je vais me prendre. I want it, I'll take it. Ah ouais, juste. Voilà. Et donc. Rendu à juste des boules là. On va clencher celle-là, je pense. Ah, on peut clairement clencher. Voilà. Et donc. Et on va économiser. On va finir ça. On va économiser. Et ring wheel. Non, juste un. Oh. Clé secrète. Ouh, je veux savoir où ça va.
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Yeah. C'est juste ça là. Comme un genre de cyclone là.
Hey, is that it over there?
maintenant. Avant, on va exactement faire ça. Fuck. Faut des gros brûlants. Really? J'avais pas vu ça, là. Clôture. Clôture de ferme. Ah, ferme. Parfait. Ah. Ah, attends. Ben ouais. À 18 000. J'ai un message. Ouais, peut-être pas. Ouais. 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 Revenge. Tout de suite. Voilà. Voilà.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Donc, le vaisseau. Qui date de 300 ans.
Alvin?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alvin.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Je ne sera pas très long. Pas ce petit coin. Allez, t'as trop. J'ai oublié de mettre des... Ouais.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegus? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegus.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave DANA alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Xion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over DANA. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on DANA. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on DANA. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Xion? Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own?
Wait. Or just...
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Xion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to...
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Xion!
Alvin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Ah, mais que c'est beau! Mais c'est beau! Ah, plein d'émotions partout. C'était magnifique. Il n'y a pas de mots. Il n'y a pas de mots pour décrire. C'est tout simplement Weber chip yum yum. Tout simplement. Oui.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
Okay. Des grandes paroles de
How you
Halim.
holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
On veut qu'elle vive.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Good. Good.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Yeah. De quoi en Calaglia par contre, maintenant que j'ai eu une clé. C'est pas la... Ah. Non. Là peut-être? Oh. Ici. Ouais, c'était... Ah ouais, là. Yes, on va enfin pouvoir rentrer là.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
What's on the other side of this door, anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
Ah, la grotte. Une pièce secrète que j'ai eu en battant le big guy.
This is...
Avancer. Yeah. Oh, ici en tout cas.
But this is...
Right.
Kisara.
Maintenant. Okay, I'll do that,
Oh.
Wow!
La grotte. Et j'ai eu des saucisses.
Nice one, Alphen.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally, I prefer Bologna.
Oh, il y a de la viande de mouton. Et 3 coffres. Ah ben, ça va être beau.
That equipment should come in handy.
Incroyable, robe de
Looks like some solid
sorcière.
equipment.
Ah. Élixir Omega, toujours bon ça. La cape royale. J'ai voulu voir à quoi ça pouvait ressembler. Oh oui. Oui. On est niveau combien? 44? Ouais, tout 44. Merde. On va checker là. C'est pas quelque chose qu'on peut faire. Attends, pourquoi je me suis tapé là?
That was quite the little adventure.
Là. Je fais tout le chemin. On peut se taper, on va se taper.
We went on.
On va faire là. Non, c'est numéro 40. On va essayer. Ouais, on va essayer. Ouais. On va essayer ça.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Ah non, non, t'empêche.
You're mine! Strike! Dragon Swarm! You're finished! Try harder! Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Strike! Here I come! Try harder!
Yeah.
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! It's on! Dragon Swarm! No escape! Try harder! Not a chance!
Oh, good.
Strike! Dragon Swarm! Try harder! Might hold nothing back! Burn! Here I come!
Ils sont deux?
I'm not done!
Oh my god.
Dragon Swarm!
Ils sont vraiment deux.
Try harder! Dragon Swarm! Double
No!
Demon Fang! You're mine! I'm not done! I'm not done! Dragon Swarm! Lightning Thrust! I'm not done! I'm not done! Try harder! This one's all mine!
Oh,
Burn in hell! Take this! Take this! Strike!
Ils font chier ces bonhommes. Comment dire? Intermédiaire. Pourquoi? Hein? Oh. Non. 40. On va essayer, ouais.
That's far enough! Hurricane! I'll smash you!
Into the shadows!
Resonate with the earth! Dragon Swarm!
Searing flame!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours
I'll
truly.
bash in their defenses!
Glad you had your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Hurricane
Dragon Swarm! I'm ready!
Razor blow!
Elusive
Here
deity!
goes!
A new melody! Dazzle! Sorry, but this fight ends here! Go faster! Now, Asuna!
Right!
well, I'm here to stop. I'm ready. Blow them away.
Yeah.
Resonate with the earth. I can carve through armor. Here, let me help. Dragon Swarm. Do it. Who's next?
You're spicier than you look.
Can't change the future without getting your hands dirty.
Dramatic.
Make it rain.
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training, though.
That's what I like to hear.
Mirage.
Going in.
I'll save you.
I'm out of
I'm
ammo.
not done.
I'm all stuck.
Death on the wind.
Do it.
Incineration wave.
Here's a healing
Ça,
arc.
c'est sick.
Double demon fang.
How about this?
Incineration wave.
Ah. Oh, ça, là.
Lunar corruption.
Take this. Dragon Swarm.
Here, let me help.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here's a healing arc.
Escape. You picked the wrong fight.
Can't get out of this!
Dragon Swarm.
On guard.
Try this.
You're mine!
Here, let me
Make it rain. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it.
Yeah! Nice technique!
Sorry.
do it.
Reroll. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis.
Oh, yeah.
Here, let me
Now.
help.
Here I come.
First aid.
Oh,
Too shy to come over.
Here,
Let
save
me
you!
help. Lightning by the power of
Make it rain. Kisara. All yours, Kisara.
Here, let me help.
You're mine.
Oh, c'est Big Boy,
Just
man.
like that,
Oh,
I'm
j'ai
back.
des
Start by
affaires.
holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Here, let me help.
Stalagmite. It's on. Make it rain. Totally. In an instant. Impact clock. We work well together. Like a finely timed waltz. Not today. The tempest engulfs. Take
This
this.
one's
No
mine.
escape. Can't get out of this. Dragon Swarm. Make it rain. Shield.
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
Take
Not a chance. Front.
Where are you going?
This one's all mine.
Amazing.
Dragon Swarm.
Searing hurricane. And
Take
now
this.
I will.
Worth a shot.
Outstanding form.
Take this.
Spread.
Front. Eat this.
Glacial spear. Here's the
Take
evil.
this.
Freeze
Dragon
Lancer.
Swarm.
Faire gros des dégâts. Voilà.
Here, let me help.
Explosive rings.
First aid.
I owe you one.
Take. You're mine.
I'm not done.
Gemini Ultra.
Flaming thrust. You're mine. No escape. Start up.
Here's a healing arc.
Tear.
First aid.
I owe you one. Air pressure. Try harder. Not ready and rare.
Lunar corruption.
No escape. Take this. No
Blade
escape.
lunar blast.
I'm nearly done for. Dragon Swarm.
Here, let me help.
Lightning thrust. I'm not done.
I'm ready.
Et un mort.
Burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. Here's a healing
My turn.
eat dirt.
Here's the power. Power surges through me. Take this. Captivity. I'm not done. I'll smash you. Catapult.
That'll bring you down. My head's spinning just watching you.
Here, let me help.
Tempest.
First aid.
Elusive deity.
Hurricane strike. Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Strike!
Elusive deity.
Freeze Lancer.
Soaring blast.
Beast of thought!
I may have bit off more than I could chew. I don't even know the word defeat.
It's over.
Oh,
Dragon Swarm.
Freeze Lancer.
In a bind, yours to be let free. Dragon Swarm.
Do it.
Kisara. All yours, Kisara.
All yours. Schling! Oh, le critique de 8000. Hey, j'ai pas réussi en 4 minutes. Il restait 27 secondes. Moi, j'attends un peu plus de niveau. 99. Ah non! Ah. Je vais me faire one shot, c'est clair. Il ne veut pas. Quel ugly, volcan de Burgie. Oh, on a eu des nouvelles tenues, on va checker ça.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Right. Hmm. Oh, c'est excellent. Sick. Oh, yeah. Bon. Put by I put it by put it by here. Marin et paille. Oh. J'ai c'est autre chose? J'ai l'impression. Alors c'est pas dans l'équipement. Tenez. Attends, j'ai un nouveau livre. Je viens de me rappeler. Le palais. On va aller voir la bibliothécaire. Oh ouais, checker vite vite. Bibliothèque. Nous avons renouvelé. Je n'ai pas le livre le plus fort. God damn. Ok.
We finally made it.
Oh, on est prêt. Yes, on est prêt. On va y aller.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
All night. Or spaceship.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Alright. Oh, il était neuf, là. Oh oh. Shit. Oh, vite. Like a spaceship.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegus?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Yeah. Wait. Like that. Une bonne petite photo comme ça. Ah. Ah, c'est ici qu'on a été cryogénisé, si on peut, pendant 300 ans. J'ai une antiquité. J'ai une antiquité sur 2 ans. Il y a personne qui sait à part
You
mon
okay?
groupe.
Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegus, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Hey. Wait. On va reparler après ça, right? Yes, on peut. Oh.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Yes.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery. As if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it, the true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Yeah. Together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Chill. Ouais, j'ai fini. La planète est de même. C'est bizarre, ça. C'est pas comme la nôtre. Ah, elle dit oh. Ah, let's go.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on DANA. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to DANA even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit DANA, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Cool. Oh. Ça ressemble à être une genre de ville à l'intérieur de la planète, genre, avant qu'elle se défasse. Un peu comme la lune dans Naruto.
There's no one here.
La smoothie.
I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. A capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Ouais, des aigles. For real. For real. Eh, shit, on va les mettre toutes. Ouais, niveau combien? J. Fait que c'est pour ça. Then again.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to DANA?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on DANA participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on DANA then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Doe?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on DANA.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages. Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from DANA, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on DANA.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Passons là. Oh, mais peut-être là. Oh. Des frères. Oh là là. Tout est dans un pagaille. Le teint baissé de René. Le souverain. Parfait de lutte. Oh oh.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Ma vie. On va le prendre pareil.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to DANA during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Ça fait poser des questions aux autres, ça, de leur poser des questions sans avoir aucune réponse. Ah. Ils sont pas trop curieux, je m'en s'en fout. I guess. Oh. On va avoir quelque chose à battre ici ou quoi? I don't know.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
On va continuer ici. Oh, le monde est parti.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on DANA, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Et... Quête secondaire.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Ils l'ont pris avec sérieux. Bruh. Real. Oh my god.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Oh ben. On peut parler à tous les partisans, de tous les seigneurs qu'on aurait tués. Mais faut pas leur dire qu'on les a tués. Allez, m'a dit, mais ça? Oh,
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegus then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Bien dit. Il faut mieux garder le silence dans ce temps-là.
What?
Ganabout was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabout also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Ouais, faut aller là. East today. Shall we go?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Et moi j'ai dit ça. Et... Oh, dans le noir, d'accord.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ouais, les gars qui sont une femme, ça. Ah non. Ouais.
Ridiculous. Okay.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Shit. That's beaucoup.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Hey, let's move on. Ooh. Oh wait, c'est pas là qu'il fallait? Ouais, on peut se pas de problème.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from DANA already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh boy. Ça fout un peu les jetons, ça. Ça means ça fait ça.
Dohalim. I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception. Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant? The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does. Dohalim! Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Je peux ravager ça aussi? Attends. On peut héberger là! Une auberge! Oh. C'est la pagaille. La grande pagaille. Oh. Oh, tu t'en fous. Il y a plus nombreux que eux. Oh boy. Faut pas toutes les battre, mais ça va être long. Oh boy. Quand ils disent qu'ils ont des œils et tout, c'est juste des chiens ou quoi? I hope so. Faut pas que ce soit des gros bonhommes non plus. Il faudra des gros bonhommes. Pourquoi donc il voudrait des gros gars?
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, That you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice. Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
Ah, c'est chou. Ben moi je te le dis. À toi, je vais au plaisir.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Bon bonheur. Juste de la part. Shit. C'est beaucoup d'argent. Quoi? Gladius venait. Ah, il manque juste juste l'argent. Je peux aussi me faire ce bot. Ah, my god, t'as que cher. I wanna do it. De nouveau. Historia René. Le livre le plus rare, et on nous dit que c'est New. Là, terme parfaite. Je serais étonné. Je serais étonné. Alors, je vais prendre du stock. Écoute. Là où j'ai stock, mais genre. Oh. 92. Beaucoup. À job. vu quelque chose. Ah. D'assaut. Shit! Trop close, hein? Jesus Christ. Allez. On va faire... On va faire... Et il y a un autre faire. Je pense que je peux s'en faire un... Oh. Il y a des croquettes dans ça. Voilà. Voilà. Sarah, I guess. I guess. Yep.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Attends, mais... La bouffe est finie? Je veux pas savoir. On va pas en prendre de chance. On va faire ça. Voilà, on a notre bonus. Aucune idée. Ah, non, on l'avait plus. Là, on l'a. Ah, ouais, voilà, pas un bonus.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Ah, shit.
Well, so much
So
for
you
them
will
not
careful,
wanting to
careful.
fight. I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. He's over.
Oh yeah.
Here I come.
Here's a
You're
healer!
not done.
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Just found a chisel.
Sorry, but this fight ends here.
Now, Asuna!
Right!
It's almost too strong. Then I'll split it open. Be my guest. Dragon Swarm!
I need her.
Dragon Swarm!
Shattering of pieces! Take this!
Come on! We're not finished! Dragon Swarm!
Negative gate!
You're finished! Strike! Report! My mission! I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Oh yeah.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Ouais. I have to stay alert. Oh, j'ai réussi. 900 trucs. Yo, j'ai réussi. Ah. J'ai réussi. Hey. Accessoires créés, emblème. Découvrir l'ingrédient ultime. Là. Il en reste juste deux. Un là. Vous avez vaincu toutes les lumières qui jaillissaient de l'ombre. Oh man. J'en ai battu un. Ah shit. Ingrédient. Artefact acquis. Il manque quoi pareil? Il manque deux là. Il y en a en bas. Là ils sont. Entraînement solo en avancée. Préparer le sashimi. Poisson légendaire pêcher le marlin d'argent. Les variétés de poisson légendaire pêcher. Oh non. Il en reste deux. C'est bon. À cheval. Dans le bord de mer. J'ai les deux quêtes en plus. Je peux juste passer au niveau. Aïe.
My astral arts are coming along quite nicely.
Coming along? What do you want to do with them?
Médaille en
Oh,
platine.
you know. Sprout flowers from the tip of my staff, suspended in midair.
So you want to be a street magician then?
Oh boy. Dans le labyrinthe, là, il va y avoir des shit d'ennemis. Oh, ouais. Ils ont vraiment des monstres de même. Oh là là. La la la. Yo, les PV. There's wolf for sure. Oh shit. 42, 44.
Coming through. You're mine. Down on the ground.
This one's mine.
Yeah.
Take flight. You're
Take this.
mine.
And I'm going.
These ones can run rings around
You're
us.
mine. I'm not done. Dragon swarm.
Piercing roar.
Too fast.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Here I come.
Far enough.
You're mine.
Ah, c'est pas mal.
No escape.
Flame of fury.
Here I come.
Hear my call. Where are
Ça,
you
je le fais.
going?
Take this. Dragon swarm. Flame inside me. Yours to be left free.
All yours, Kisara.
Please.
Let me help.
Now. You're mine.
Ground and pound. Radiant spear.
Double demon fang.
Crescent slash.
My turn.
Down on the
No
ground.
escape.
Mega ray. Hurricane.
Double demon fang.
On guard.
Incineration wave. Take this.
Ça fait un gros mur de feu. J'adore ça.
Dragon swarm.
Burning strike. Make it rain. Here.
Totally. In an instant.
Ah, claw.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Crinière son. Oh. Ouais, boy. What is that? Just lance de lumière ascendante. Change ça. Carte du néant. Carte du néant là. Voilà. Lame du néant. Oh. Alors. Puis d'épée avec un. Ah shit man! Le chef maudit. Man. Éveil brûlant. J'ai presque toute étoile, nuit de dragon. Shit, man. Je l'ai utilisé à fond. Easy. Vu qu'il y a encore 1000 coups avec. Donc, dévastatrice. Il m'attaque dans le bras. Yeah. Et c'est pas ça. Oh. J'ai hâte de voir ça. C'est censé être l'original en plus.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me. Take this. I'll leave it to you. Beast of Salt. Void Blast. Here, let me help. Take it. I'm not to try harder. Now. Strike. Ignite. Activity.
This one's mine.
Soaring blast. Eagle Ray. Try this. Catapult. Behold. The Earth pulse. Tectonic vision.
J'ai jamais vu ça. Wow.
Here, let me help. Captivity.
Je l'avais jamais vu. Hey. Ça, ça doit faire, hein? Hey, 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 hey.
Elusive deity. Dragon Swarm.
here and now. And you can do nothing about it. Big boy. Big mosquito. Hey, bubble. There you go.
Commander of Heavens, Phoenix
Hey, potato.
A hard-won victory.
Oh boy.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Hey.
Tell me, have you ever considered your perfect life? In a bind?
Ah, les deux sont ensemble? Yo, les deux sont fait poigner. Let's go.
We'll soon see about that. Kisara, all yours, Kisara.
Sling, one down.
I'll take you all on.
Oh yeah.
Flare the Malisher. Here, let me help. First aid. I'm all stuffed up. Make it rain. This ends now. Consider yourself finished. Glacial spear. Here's the evil. Not done. Elusive deity. I'm ready. Round and down. This one's got your name on it. Ashes to ashes. Glacial spear. Here's the evil. Down on the ground. Dragon swarm. Too shy to do it. Here. This ends now. Consider yourself finished.
Considering it get finished.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Hurry my ass up.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Now you learn.
Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Take this, Dragon! I won't show you any mercy. In a mind.
Shit, il était proche tantôt. Je me suis pas. Oh. Hey, yeah, yeah.
You picked the wrong fight. This one's got your name on it. Ashes to ashes. Here, here I come. It's me. Dragon down on the ground. Rotating pile time. Into the shadows. Art sealed. Mega ray. Wasn't. Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah. And the pummel to me. I'm not done. Dragon form. Make it rain. Jumping in an instant. Impact clock. Glacial spear. Here's the evil. Hurricane strike. I'll smash you. Dragon swarm. Do it. Lightning thrust. Hey. Blow them away.
Oh, damn it, wait.
I can feel my power growing.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, bah, c'est un kit-tac. Fais gaffe. Fart cake. Alright.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them step?
Alright.
Discourteous, huh?
Here I come. The flame inside me is yours to be let free. Can't get out of this.
Here's a healing art.
Oh no!
I think I'll go out on the handshake.
Je vais juste clencher ça maintenant. 1900 quelque.
No more playing nice. Can't get out of this.
Ah ouais, tu vas m'attaquer là. M'en va pas, bitch.
Not today. Elusive deity. Soaring swarm.
Hey, yo, man.
I never miss.
No!
Dragon form. Armor won't save you. Down on the ground. One more. Hurricane foot. Annihilate. Take this. Here's a healing arc. Ignite. Dragon swarm. Beckon into everlasting darkness. Make it again. On your knees. Here's a healing arc. Take this. Now.
Jesus.
You're mine. Here's a healing arc. Dragon swarm. First aid. Lightning strike. Bloody hurricane foot. Lunar corruption. Dragon swarm. By the power of nothing gets by me. I'll face you.
And you're gonna die.
This fight ends here.
Gotta go faster.
Now, Asuna. Right.
Toujours nice.
Here, let me help. Make it rain. This ends now. Consider yourself finished.
That was a little close for comfort. What's with that?
Ah, shit, y'a un gars qui te sac là-bas.
That shining foe over there.
S'il y a un méchant là-bas, je vais être content. Bon, il y a des méchants, je suis content. Oh shit, pour des méchants.
I won't forgive you.
Pour des méchants.
Far enough. No escape.
Hey!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Hey, 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 hey.
Here I this one's all mine. My turn. Elusive deity. This one's mine. Burn. Eagle ray. You're mine. Dragon.
En 3? En 3?
Can't get out of this.
Ah, il y en a juste deux qui sont fait pogner.
Can you take it? Dragon form. I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher. Here,
Sorry to trouble you.
Hey,
I'll bring you down. Hurricane, do it. This one's mine. Time to let it rip.
ouais.
Bloody howling. Can't get out of this. Thanks. Here I come. No escape. Dragon swarm. I'm ready. Light burst forth. Radiant genesis. Now. Here's a healer. Lightning. Dragon swarm. Make it rain. Sorry, but this fight ends here.
Oh yeah.
Go faster. Now, Asuna. Right.
Nice.
Now, here I come. Now or never. Dragon form. The tempest engulfs you. I'm ready. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Hey! Blow them away. My turn. Going in.
Freaking alpha.
Dragon swarm. I owe you one.
How much longer will our healing arts last?
That goes, Alright. Run my ass. Oh my god. Ooh. Leave
This
it.
one will be difficult to predict.
Bring them down.
Hey, 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 hey!
Not today! Bloody I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! I'm not done! I'm ready!
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Hey.
My turn!
Pierce evil!
Stardust!
Freeze
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heavens! Phoenix Cyclone!
My exploits are bearing
C'était
fruit.
vraiment limite.
I won't forgive you!
I see one, eh? Take this! Here I come! Elusive deity!
Here goes!
So much for talking it out.
Dragon Swarm! Seismic Rupture!
This one's mine! Here, let me help!
Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Here's a healing
Now!
art!
Take this! Prepare to be seen!
I'll take you all
Ah,
on.
shit.
Flare the Demolisher!
Here's a healing art!
Take this!
First aid!
Double Demon Fang! Negative Gate!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Dragon Swarm! Negative Gate! Armor won't save you! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Oh yeah. What's que douche?
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Oh, 21 000. Et je suis en manque de PS. Une sauge. Augmente le PV. Et... like that. Voilà. Donc... Here we are.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Explosion.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a DANN. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other.
So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to DANA. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of DANN astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free DANA from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on DANA or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Indeed. J'aurais peut-être dû courir pour avoir le bonus de le meilleur combat. Ben, je voulais admirer le paysage.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Darkness. Ah, c'est mon monstre. Oh boy. J'aurais dû courir.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes.
J'aurais dû courir. Donne mon laser.
I've never known Faria to get those noodles
Wait,
like that before.
all that was a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core.
What the... Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zuzu. Then we get some answers.
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
I'm not done! Flaming thrust!
Down on the
Can't do without this.
Jesus Christ, il fait mal.
Come on! You have to hold on!
Jesus Christ.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Aïe aïe. Il est juste niveau 45.
Not done yet! Here I come! I'm not done!
Démon laser, c'est... J'allais dire démon gang. Ah là là.
Dragon form!
I'll bring you back. That'll bring you down.
Take this!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
You're mine!
Et là,
Resuscitation.
Dragon form!
c'est... Et t'as gang vite.
Let me help.
No rest for the wicked.
First aid.
Dragon form!
I'll bring you back from Death's
Dragon
Abyss.
form!
It's time.
Resuscitation.
Can't get out of this.
Here's a healing art.
Now you see what I can do.
First aid.
You're mine! It's on!
Down on the ground.
Oh, oh.
Stopping charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Not today!
Hurricane strike. On your knees.
Beast assault. Burning strike.
Flaming thrust!
Reading you apart.
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Denied.
While it's reeling!
Take it
Pété!
down.
On a pété le noyau!
Going in.
Anything in order is all mine.
Here, let me help. Here's a healing art.
On your knees.
First aid.
Flaming thrust!
Flaming meteor.
You're mine! Dragon swarm!
Rending you apart.
You! Try harder! Not a chance!
Lightning.
Here I go! No escape!
Here, let me help.
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
This one's mine.
Aïe aïe aïe.
Double demon fang!
Nothing gets
C'est
mine.
vraiment...
That'll bring you down. Time to shine.
Catapult! Here I
Here's a
go!
healing art.
No escape!
First aid.
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Here, let me
Here
help.
I come!
First aid. Take flight. Lightning.
Je... Non, non, non.
Strike.
Tornado
Be
drive.
still!
C'est pas bon ça, on peut pas l'arrêter.
Try harder!
C'est épique en plus.
You made me angry.
Ouais,
That
c'est
was a
cool.
bad idea.
Double demon fang!
I let my guard down.
I couldn't make it.
Try harder! My turn! I'm not done!
Here's a healing art. Here, let me help.
Can't get out of this.
First aid.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Hurricane strike.
Ouais.
You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Raising you apart! Strike! nearly done for.
Jesus.
No further. Double demon fang. Resonate with the double demon fang. Try harder. Not a chance. You're mine. I'm not done. Bloody howling. This one's all mine. Laser blow. Demon critical. Reload. Here's a healer. Burn in hell.
Pas défoncer ça.
I'm almost impressed.
My brain's coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get very nice.
I'll grind you into dust.
Here's a healing.
Thank you. Now we're not. I'll grind you into demon fang. Double demon fang. Incineration wave. Won't escape me. Can't get out of this.
Freeze laser.
You're finished.
That'll bring you down.
This one's all mine.
Oh boy, faut l'achever.
Burn it. Here comes the big one. Stay away from my friends. You're mine.
Look shot far enough.
I'm not
Lunar
done.
corruption. Going in. Not
Try
like this.
harder. Not a chance.
Power up water.
Try harder.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Now you see what I can do.
Resuscitation.
Try harder. My
Here,
turn.
let me help.
Dazzle.
Seismic rupture.
Lunar corruption.
No.
Radiant
Love.
do it.
Shion.
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
I did, but I get it. Whew. Good boy.
Now it's just her. Faria, can you hear me? Faria.
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well.
Oh, counting.
I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Faut qu'il faut aller. Ah, c'est bon.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Attends un petit peu. Ah bah.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Oh, coming again. Huh.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Oh.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of DANA.
But the will of DANA is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
DANA's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's DANA's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Yeah, me too.
Shion's right.
On va sûrement devoir battre le boss des ténèbres, vu qu'il y a un boss pour chaque élément. Le boss des ténèbres est dans Shion.
There could be truths in them I was never aware of.
Ouais, ça se pourrait.
And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Man.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first. I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
Yes, completely prepared.
That vision we saw, it was as if it was meant specifically for us.
Quelque chose de gros va se passer.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of DANA might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Reste des questions. Des questions. Deux personnes est à 1 PV. Ça va pas bien. Et... c'est pas grave, ça n'a pas tout complété. Ce n'est pas grave. Et donc, de l'événement. On va juste vider le rond. Je vais prendre une banane. Ouais.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Ouais, je vais sauvegarder. Ouais, pas tant de sauvegarder. Même pas juste sauvegarder. Ouais, ça fait un bout que j'ai pas sauvegardé. Alright, I am ready now.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Let's do this. Let's go. Hey, c'est là qu'on est dans les souvenirs.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Attends, je vais juste... Et non, par le tour.
We should go through that room some more before we move on.
Sure.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Ouais, c'est la planète, ça. Lenegus qui est à l'écran.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Wow.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegus combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, Someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
Wait, tu peux tout
So
lire
this is
à moi.
where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Oh, les noyaux primordiaux. De la lumière? Qui avait la lumière? Une noyau spirituel. Hmm. 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 Byron était instable mentalement, c'est pour ça qu'il était envoyé comme seigneur. Hmm. Renegade. Convertisseur d'énergie astrale géant. Hmm. module de récolte externe numéro 1 a été perdu. Ouais. Ça a changé la topographie la première fois. Ah. C'est pour ça que Chienne elle a des épines. C'est elle qui est censée donner l'élément des ténèbres. Au souvent. Ouais. À cause de l'instabilité, elle a tout encaissé si on veut. Ouais. Ah, chier, mais. On le laisse fermer, ça là. Yes, pis ça dit aussi que l'influence, que plus la dame et le souverain sont proches et plus que ça va bien marcher. Fait qu'étant donné que moi, que moi pis Chien on est pas mal proches, leur plan pour ça va peut-être marcher encore, ça va peut-être mieux marcher que la première fois.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Elfin escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Ça va nous mener. J'en ai aucune idée. Secteur confidentiel. Une grande zone. Aucun ennemi. Fait qu'on est au milieu là. Là où il avait lieu le rituel. Ça va être un combat. Il va s'entendre un combat. Oh! Peut-être pas. J'étais sûr qu'il y aurait eu un combat. Oh oh oh. Shit, rien ça. Le cristal qui fait la lumière. Tac. Let's go.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. this is where the Renaissance was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renaissance isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
These balls.
Naori?
Oh.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the DANS voice speaking through her?
Oh shit.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Yeah. Oh, la dernière dame. Ah, fait que c'est ça le dernier. Restaure les pièces après avoir mangé. Oh. 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 C'est bon, je veux ça. C'était 1300. Oh. C'était 1700. Ça coûte cher ça. Ooh. Alright. J'aime bien la musique en ce moment. Oh.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
C'est nice. This is... Oh! Sick. Des arcades. J'adore leur costume. Et on va aller plus loin encore. Yeah. Let's go. It's oh. Go. Ça, c'est une porte différente. Une grande porte. Yeah.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
They damn well
We'll
better
probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Oh, shit. Attendez, l'ADN.
We're a long way
The
from the
mind.
residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
Yeah.
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach. It's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Le profiter de la situation. C'est drôle, c'est drôle. Je dois l'avouer, ils sont. Grande salle, avec aucune idée. Aucun monde. Quelque chose de gros. Très très gros.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though, something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey look, over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of DANA.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alvin, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Ah ben, les extraterrestres.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Thanks.
Oh, côtés.
Hear my call! Spread!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Freeze! Blizzard blow! Here, let me help!
Dragon
Piercing Lunar correction!
Try harder! Here I come!
Going in!
No further!
I never miss!
Here I come!
Here, let me help! First aid! Lethal punch! Radiant blood!
Another incantation brewing.
Can you take it? First aid! Here! Damn it! Denied! First aid!
Try harder! My turn!
Annihilation!
Half-face
Here!
I'm not good!
Glacial spear! Here's the
You're mine!
Freeze!
C'est bon. C'est bon.
No further.
Come on! You have to hold on!
It's
Bring
on!
you back from death's abyss! Look sharp!
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane! Here's a healing arc!
For the witch.
My turn!
Here's a healing art!
I'm not done!
Discharge! Ground and power!
Here I come!
Take this!
Move it!
Lunar corruption!
Here I come!
Lunar
I'm not done!
Punishment?
You'll pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death to bit!
Try harder! My turn! Strike!
Resuscitate! Far enough!
Going in! Here I come!
Going in!
Dragon form!
Lightning strike!
Move it! Careful!
Piercing roar! Spear! Pierce evil!
The flame inside me! Yours to be let free! I'm not done! Dragon form!
Not like this!
I couldn't make it in time.
C'est stick.
Corruption!
Bloody
By the power of water!
Dragon form!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze lance!
Double demon
Here's a
fang!
healing
Sorry, but this fight ends here! Just go faster!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Yeah, always come to help me. It's a goal.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
Burn in hell!
Our arts are being interrupted.
No escape!
Take this!
I'm not done!
Radiant blood!
Can you take it?
Form!
Hurricane strike! Lightning
Here I
strike!
come!
Here, let me help.
Take
Run!
Alright, again. C'est une nouvelle attaque, ça, c'est fun.
Watch and weep!
Here I come! Resonate with the earth!
Here's a healing art!
Walking!
Ah ouais, pourquoi se mettre dedans?
Double demon fang!
Eh, le mettre dedans.
Double demon fang! Take this! No escape! Dragon swarm!
I never miss! On guard!
Captivity!
Hurricane strike! Let me help! Lightning strike!
Aïe, aïe,
Try
aïe.
harder! The flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Going in!
I'm not done! Try harder! Not a chance! I'm not done! Dragon form! Burn!
Piercing roar!
You're mine!
Leave the torches to me!
Dragon form!
Rending you apart!
No escape!
Meteor!
Now you see what I can do!
Think again!
Dragon swarm!
Radiant blood! Here, let me help! Tiger blade!
Here I come! I'm not done!
Their arts were interrupted!
Flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Hitting hurricane strike! Here's a healing art! On guard! Here, let me
Take
help!
this!
Resonate with the earth!
We're good.
Try harder! My turn!
On your knees!
Strike! Not today!
Switch to offense!
Take this!
Piercing roar!
Dragon form!
Here, let me help! Mine!
Dragon
Walking! Forgive me.
Take this!
Aïe.
Not now! Not ever!
From beyond,
Ready!
imbue this
Here's a healing
vanquished
art!
soul with
My
life.
turn! Any more, there's an up burn out.
Require a hand. In a bind?
Hear me, flame of... Where are you going? Here goes!
Aïe.
Hurricane strike!
Captivity!
Look shot! One more!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Look shot! Burning!
Non, je me suis mis le doigt dedans. Oh.
We're not finished quite yet. You're right. We can still turn this around.
Ah, shit, man. Et là, tout. Ouais.
Some punishment?
Do it! Double demon fang!
Je prends là.
This should do it! Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Far enough.
Bon, je me trouve au milieu.
Try harder! My turn!
Non, ça me TP.
Glacial strike.
I'm not done! This one's all
Here's a
mine!
healing art.
Now!
No rest for the wicked.
I'm not done!
With the earth.
Time to shine! Dragon form! Burn!
This one's silent.
Here I come! Air pressure! Ripping you apart! Dragon form!
Bloody hell!
Where are you going?
Not a chance!
Negative gate.
No escape! Dragon
let me
form!
Piercing
I'm not done! Dragon form!
Armor won't save you.
Down on the ground! You're mine!
Make it ready!
Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Oh yeah.
Here's a healing art! First aid! Appreciate the help.
On en a battu 3.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from DANA, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to DANA. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
do it!
Serenus Alma!
Too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alpha!
Oh.
Go. But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renus Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to DANA. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Doherly? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renus Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Eh. Faut vraiment que... Bon. Wait, what? Une quête ici? Ouais, ok. Faut faire tout le chemin du retour. Là, là. Take it. Je savais qu'il y avait encore des méchants. Être obligé de faire ce que je fais pareil. Voilà là, toutes les bêtes qui font battre. Ah, on va monter de niveau.
Seriously? Is this a joke? Can you take it? Is it too late to talk over our differences? Dragon Form! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Fire support! Here I come! Call back! You picked the wrong battle! Here I come! Dragon Form! Negative gate! On guard! Too fast! Stand back! I'll pull it up! Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! Now! Here I come! You can't get out of this!
First aid!
I owe you one!
Let the marksman handle it!
Dragon Form! Elusive deity!
Here's
Can
a
you
healing
take
to
it?
it!
Windwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Here, let me help. First aid!
Sorry, but this fight ends here! Now, Asuna!
Right!
Ow.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Les gros insectes sont partis. Oh.
Let's dispose of this trash.
On guard!
This one's mine. Here's a healing armor. I'll never miss.
Yearns to be let free!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
No escape! Dragon Form! Can you take it? Your mark can't get out of this!
Thunder touch! Freeze lancer!
Ignite! Your mark! Catapult!
On prend tous nos bébés. 2300.
This isn't looking good.
Mal.
I'm not done. Armor won't save you. Take this. I'm not done.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! Hurricane flight!
No escape!
This one's mine!
Catapult! Internal devastation! Down on the ground! Down!
Leave the chargers to me! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Internal devastation! Can you take it? Severing wind! Take this! Strike!
Hurricane flight!
Slice! Down on the ground! Thrust! Soaring blast! Internal devastation! Ignite! Can you take it? I'm not!
This one's mine!
I'm not done!
Lightning
Dragon
strike!
swarm!
Time to
Take
shine!
this!
Radiant light! Here!
Dazzle! You're mine! I'm not done! Soaring light spear! Wild driver! Invincible! Soaring light spear! Soaring blast!
Annihilation! Lightning!
Nothing gets
Take this! I'm out of ammo!
Lightning thrust!
Hurricane flight!
Soaring gale!
Wasn't weak!
Here I come!
Annihilation!
Lightning thrust!
Brace on
I'll face you! Burn in hell! Catapult! You're mine! I'm not done! Catapult! Dragon
Do
roar!
it!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Oh yeah.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Let's dispose of the
You're
trash.
mine! Strike! Double demon bang!
Pierce evil!
Can't get out of this!
This one's mine!
Take
Freeze
this!
laser!
Dragon swarm! Dance in the wind!
This one's mine!
Down on the ground!
That'll bring you down!
Here I come! No escape!
Pull myself. Hear me!
Dragon swarm! Catapult!
Glacial spear!
Dragon
Pierce evil!
swarm! Catapult! This time!
Do it!
Legion snap!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Here, let me help!
Dragon swarm!
First aid! Tiger blade! Lion power! Annihilation!
A new melody!
Igneous discharge!
Eternal devastation! No escape! Dragon swarm!
Here!
You're mine!
Thunder
Now or never! No further! No escape! You're finished!
Lightning! Make it rain!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
Oh yeah.
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Moins d'ennemis en tout cas.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Et voilà, la lumière fut again.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. but not as your sovereign. Nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept turn against death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Holy, chef de Renan. Avec un aigle. Ah, c'est plus que deux. Nice.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Ellie. Of course, man.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Bonne compétition.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Alright.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Je sais pas qu'il fallait. On pourrait. Ah shit, les souris ont empêché la production. Voilà. Oh. Ça, je l'ai déjà. Ah. Oh, allez. Voilà. On va tout faire, il manque juste de l'argent. Ouais? Ah ouais. Ouais. Derrière, venez. Même. Et j'aimerais toutes les avoir. Mais je manque d'argent. Alors on va vendre du stock. Je les ai... Voilà. Je les en... Faut aussi créer des accès. Hein? Ça du primo niveau 5 que je ne trouve pas.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Faut passer au travers de tout ça. Est-ce que je peux? Non, je ne peux pas. Oh, combien? 46. Il dit qu'il faudrait que je monte genre 50-60. Même 99% pour les... outils. Ouais.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh boy. C'est quoi qu'ils font? On est TP. Oh boy. Où c'est qu'on nous envoie? Oh boy. Ça va pas bien ça.
Damn! The hell just happened? Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Oh, jeez. La planète. Ah, ça recommence. C'est quoi qui se passe?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
On est dans la merde, là, nous autres, là. C'est quoi ça?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more remnants here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Ouais.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of DANA, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renin side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renin homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Interrogation. Ça va pas. Il y a juste une chose qu'on peut faire. Toutes les plantes sont incubées, genre dans des... ça, là. Sont incubées, hein. Je sais pas pourquoi. C'est qu'il y a dedans. Oh shit. Il y a un truc qui ressemble à la même chose. Quelle encre.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, DANA's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Damn, des grosses révélations, ça. Bon, et sur ce, je vais vous laisser là. J'espère que vous aurez aimé. C'était super le fun. Puis, beaucoup d'aventures. Beaucoup de trucs qui s'est passé aujourd'hui. Yes. Puis on se reverra pour une prochaine fois. Ciao, ciao!